Okay, so why is that? Wait a second. Wait a second. I take this. It's correct here. Here it's reverse. Hey, how you doing? Am I coming through okay? I think I am actually. Why is that a mirror image? Let's do something first. It's not gonna do. What the hell? Why is that on that side? Windows trying to be helpful. Okay, now we're upside down. Okay. 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 Let's see something here. What's happening, Kyle? How you doing? Okay, so that's probably in reverse. And that's why that's doing that. Okay, report top left. Okay, so that needs to be Why is that backwards? Is that why? What? Why? Why is that there? What? Okay, is this going to be smart enough now? Okay, now I think. So my engine was the only source of truth, apparently. Okay, that should be okay here. And I think it should finally be okay here. Finally, the doorway is where it needs to be. Okay. Now, okay. Okay, good. Now, moving on to okay. Damn, how am I gonna do this? We're gonna say, okay. Yeah. Maybe. So that's gonna be wrong, but whatever. What aren't we developing is a better question, I think. What we're making is some tooling for an engine I'm working on. And right now, I am working on getting the mouse events from C# into the engine, which is a little more complicated than you'd think, but actually, sweet, I got that working. Okay, nice. Now, what I need to do is actually not do this here. So I have this tool that's written in C# and it talks to an engine that's written in C++, and they communicate in kind of a complicated way. But it lets me build some pretty slick UIs. Okay, so this, sorry, the naming needs to be with an uppercase. Fine. Whatever you say. And what we're going to do is what we're gonna do is add another one of these. Public void on mouse moved. Whether I define this. Okay. Are you working on a game when you say noob? Ayo. Actually, can I just do... I'd rather do this than this. And we will not do stuff through XAML or that kind of thing. Like are you doing anything with game programming, or you just hopped on because you're sort of just interested in the topic? Okay, that's cool. I mean, if you have any questions, if anything is interesting to you, just ask. I like to chat about what I'm doing, so feel free. What the hell's going on here? What? Why is you doing that? Okay, cat. Okay, cat. Go. Go. Come here. Let's go. Okay. Alright, we don't care about that. Alright, so what we need to do is, let's do this. Yo, yo. What's happening? I do. I see all the chats. So today I'm working on my game engine tools. So I've got a workflow where I use Maya or Blender, but I prefer Maya because it has better tooling for USD, which I don't know how familiar you guys are with USD, but it's like a 3D. It's actually calling it a 3D format. It's not even really honest, but it's a format that's used between all the big 3D tools out there, let's say. And I've added it to my engine, so I'm going to author everything game related using USD. So I've integrated that, and I'm working on the actual tools on my end. So for example, like I'll show you guys what I mean. So in Maya, you define a USD stage. So what we're looking at here is like, it just looks like a regular Maya scene, but it's actually what you call a USD stage, where Maya can now work very well with the USD format, which was invented by Pixar. And what it does is I'll show you actually what I've done here. So for example, I built this little set of, what do you call it? Little modular pieces, right? So if oh my God, why can't I highlight? Because nothing is selected. Anyways, yeah. One of the issues is that sometimes Maya doesn't know what you're talking about when you're clicking on things that are in USD, but that's fine, minor details. So these are like little pieces, right? Like we've got like a ceiling piece, we've got a floor piece, we've got a wall piece, and a doorway piece, right? And so what's happening is I have all these pieces. Let me just undo everything because I don't want to mess something up. And then in here, nope, not that one. Then in the prefabs, I've basically taken those pieces and you can build little scenes out of it. And then that's like the level, right? It gets way more complex than that. This is just me sort of working with something simple to start. So I've taken those pieces. These are all instances of one another, right? This is an instance. Like they all have the same mesh. For example, let's look at ceiling pieces, right? They're all pointing to ceiling 1. That's the name of their mesh. Who this? And so the idea is to take that, and if we actually look at, this is a tool that comes with the USD SDK. It shows you, right? Like these are all copies of the wall, but they're not copies. They're like instances of each other, but they're all using the same mesh. So what I'm working on right now is taking this and loading it into my engine. And I can already do that if I just run it. I've got the tooling built in C#. And so if I just launch the engine, you'll see that it's actually loading it. And I can sort of move the camera around. And I can actually see the same thing that I have done in Maya. Now if I go to Maya, and let's say I take this piece, and I bring it up. Or actually, let's make it look a little more interesting. Or let's take this one, whatever, it doesn't matter. And I just do that, hit save. Now go here. This is all brand spanking new, so it may crash. But look, there it is. I didn't have to export anything. I didn't have to touch anything. It's literally live editing. So what Maya is doing is it's exporting its modeling information in one layer of the USD. And the power of USD is that it's in the composition of different layers. So in a studio, like a big animation studio like Pixar, whatever. Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat. I'll tell you in a sec. But in a big animation studio, they have like a modeling team, a texturing team, a lighting team, an animation team, and they all work in tandem. So what Pixar has done is they've invented this USD format so that everyone can work in different layers and different pieces onto what's called the final shot, and they're calling it they're calling it a shot because it's like what do you call it? It's what they do, right? They do film, but you can use USD for any kind of work, any kind of graphical work, and in fact, it's so extensible that I'm going to put game engine specific details in there because you can extend it with these things called schemas and all that. So essentially what I'm aiming for is like I want to click here and I can auto select it in Maya when I click it in here because they can the tools can communicate with one another one-to-one. Like when I click this entity here, it knows that I've clicked, let me refresh in here. See, if I click here, this is ceiling 2. Now, ceiling 2 has a path. It's root/hallway 1. This was supposed to be a hallway and I forgot, but let's say room 1, ceiling 2. And when I click on this here, right, or rather in my engine here, if I click on it here, I'm going to be being able to add certain gameplay specific things from my engine, like components and things of that sort, or animation component and whatnot. Maybe I want this thing to float up and down like a platform or something, right? So I already have a lot of these systems in my engine. And to answer your question, Ange, I do a lot of C++. That's what the vast majority of my work is. But the idea is that so my engine is built on like an ECS sort of approach. So I have components and systems and all that kind of stuff, but I've taken a more traditional sort of structure to things. I just saw Roblox graphics or something. That's cool. Nice. I've actually wondered about whether people actually make anything in Roblox. But anyway, so the idea is that I would open my tool here, click this, and it would point to this root, hallway, ceiling path. And I would add a layer onto the USD. So if you imagine there's what's called the stage, or let's call it the level, the scene, whatever you want to call it. In USD, it's called a stage. And in the stage, you have different layers. So in one layer, I have the Maya prefab models layer, right? This is Maya's data. So it's all like mesh information, UVs for texturing and all that kind of stuff. And then in another layer, I might have like a lighting layer, which I'll also do in Maya, let's say, or maybe Marmoset or something, right? And then in a third layer, I could add gameplay specific information. I could say like this item gets an animation component, right? These are components that are for my engine. So that's the third layer, right? In the end, what I'll do with USD is it'll like flatten everything down and compose it together so that every piece gets information from every layer. And finally, it becomes just like one ceiling piece that has the lighting, the mesh information, and the gameplay information. And then that'll bake down into the engine, and the engine will know that. I guess I'm going on a bit of a rant here, but the point is that I'm using USD to compose all of the different parts of a level, from lighting, animations to actual gameplay elements using USD. So I have the USD SDK integrated into my engine, and at the moment I'm just loading scene data. But the thing that I'm actually working on right now is the camera, because I can move left, right, forward, and back. But I need to integrate the camera with the mouse so that you can actually look around. So in order to get that working correctly, I need to pass the mouse pointer events into the engine. So what's happening is like the C# tool that the engine is wrapped in. The way this works actually is like this is a C# program. And what it's doing is it's starting the engine program on the side as like a child process. And I'll actually show you what I mean. So Avalonia, this is the actual editor, right? And what it has done is it has started this empty.exe, which is just, I called it empty because it's just like an empty scene that I'm loading, but it doesn't matter. It could be like mygame.exe or whatever. And this empty or runtime, engine runtime, kind of starts up a little IPC server. So the tool and the engine talk. So when I press the arrow keys on my keyboard, the keyboard events are being pushed from the tool to the engine, and they're communicating over what are called named pipes, which are just really low latency communication between programs. So that's all that's doing. The keyboard events are hooked up, but the mouse events aren't. So what I need to do is just get that wired up, and you guys will sort of see how that works anyway. So I use what are called flat buffers, which are like a low latency serialization framework for getting data from A to B. So essentially what I need to do is make I'm going to just make another event here. It's going to be a mouse move. Yeah, let's call it what do I call it in the engine? It is a mouse motion. I don't like mouse motion. I'm just going to call it a mouse move event on the engine. And we will say float. Why float? In fact, they don't need to be floats. They can just be int. What are the types? Just int. Okay. Hey, hey. Okay. What's it? -C and -n. Oh. Okay. And just need So, any of you guys actually programming games or engines or anything? Just making sure I didn't break anything. All right, so let's now that's cool. Most of my background is actually in web development, like my entire career. So I sort of took an interest in game development and engine development, to be correct. Kind of enjoy the technology a little too much, so I never end up making any actual. I've made like a few games, small games, but yeah, it's kind of a curse. Hmm. Okay, so I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. What I want to do. I mean, honestly, man, AI is pretty disappointing once you try to get it to do anything beyond basic, like if you want to do web development with AI, yeah, it'll make stuff look the way you want it to. The code will be sloppy. You tell it to make one change because it has a bug, and then it like changes too much and it breaks other stuff. Like it's kind of disappointing. But once you get into like really hardcore, like some of the shit that I'm working on here, like it just, I feel like I'm teaching it more than I'm getting out of it. Even with like I have some pro model access with Gemini, and it's like it suggests stuff, incorrect stuff. You correct it. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, and then it like reiterates what you just taught it as if it's teaching you. And it's just sometimes I end up like talking to it. I'm like, am I training a junior developer here, or am I trying to get an assistant? You know. So sometimes I just end up wasting time dealing with AI. To be honest, it's pretty annoying. Yeah, they're pretty retarded. Why the fuck's that a double? Like, why does the mouse position have to be a double? Okay. I mean, I bet they have their reasons. Okay. Oh, no. This thing needs an integer. So we'll just cast it for now. Hmm. Oh, it needs a builder. Okay, we don't need that. I do use I use it to like digest documentation for me sometimes. Like sometimes I don't feel like scouring through documentation on how to use some particular function or whatever. So like I trust it to get me the right information out of things fairly often, but it sometimes fucks that up too, so I don't know. Why? Oh yeah. Okay, so that should push a mouse move event into the engine. So what this is doing is it's building like a little structure, binary structure, that it's going to then, just an object really, that it's then going to push over the wire. So the way I have this set up is like I make these events and then I queue them up into this thing that in C# called the channel. So if you look at it, I just have this thing called the channel that receives bytes, and that's it. It just knows how to receive bytes and redistribute them to something else. So then there's another thread, and channels are used for like thread-to-thread communication. So what it's doing is it's receiving events from the UI system, and then it's just shoving them in this channel. So every time I move the mouse, it's just writing into that channel, like mouse moved, mouse moved. I'm 40. Mid-20s. Man, my career is 20 years old. I'm 42. Actually, my career is, yeah, it's about 20 years. I graduated in 2005, and that's when I started my first job as a programmer. So, yeah. Okay. What are we doing here, boys? And girls. 19. Oh, to be 19 again. Oh, 1 sec. I need that light. Okay. So I take it you're in school? Oh, you youngins. That's cute. Let's bump this. No, 64 should be fine. Okay, mouse move event. Let us okay, keyboard event. So what we need to do here now is we need to do case noob. Oh my god, do not give me this nonsense. Mouse move event. And then we need to, let's just copy and paste my old code here. Mouse move event, mouse move event. Okay, stop suggesting the wrong shit. I'm gonna say payload s. There we go. Man, I love when you use the right tools for the job, things just work. Well, actually, we don't know if it works yet, but things just feel smooth, you know? Push event, mouse move event, and now we can finally get equals mouse dot x dot y equals mouse move dot y. Boom. This should work. Let's actually log this shit. I'm glad you find it interesting. I mean, I'm not doing anything that interesting yet, but the tools that I'm working on are gonna make this whole thing so much more interesting than. Yeah, let's get some more people in here. It's gonna make things a hell of a lot more interesting because, like I said, and I'll show you again in a second. Let's do this. Actually, no, not here. So what we've done, and I know it seems like it's too much, but essentially when I run the application, when I move the mouse in the C# app, it's picking that up and then it's pushing it over the communication channel into the engine, or rather the worker that deals with the engine, which picks it up and then actually pushes the mouse event into the engine. And this is how this IPC, this like cross-process communication works. So it's picked it up. That's the engine worker, right? It's just sitting there listening for commands coming in from the UI. And yeah, see here, it picks it up, deserializes it, and then it pushes an actual event into the engine, into this circular buffer. And then the engine actually picks up the mouse event, like here. And what we're going to do is we're going to just log it just to make sure that things are doing what they're supposed to. Okay. Because this is really the final destination for that event. Okay. Oh, I need to cast it. Actually, we'll just do const mouse move event. Why is it? God, it like formatted my code. So stupid. Event equals. Okay. So we're gonna say mouse event. Like, what are you suggesting right now? The thing is right above. Look at it. Like, where is it getting that underscore from? Stupid. What? Oh, wow. 14. Jeez. Stream's getting heavy. Am I losing my mind here? Why does it think... Okay, let's compile. It's been a while. Damn. Let's go. I think the IDE is confused about something. Yeah, everything succeeded. What the hell? Let's try that again. Mouse. What? What the fuck? Why? What is this? Like, it's picking up a function from the Windows API instead of like the thing right above it. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Not much, to be honest. I used to do a lot of Muay Thai for years, so I used to mostly only watch fighting sports like K1, Glory, UFC, just because I'm kind of interested in kickboxing. But that's about it, really. Oh, move event. I'm retarded. Okay. It's supposed to be mouse event. Okay, maybe now. You guys got to tell me when I'm doing stupid. No, not mouse. Mousy. Not mousy. We need a mouse event. X. There we go. Okay. This is... See, the problem's usually between the chair and the keyboard. So it's not the compiler. Okay, so now when I move the mouse, let me make sure I'm not logging in here. When I move the mouse in the UI, it should funnel those events into the engine, and then we can actually work on the camera. So when I launch, oh, look at this shit. Oh my goodness. It is... We're getting negatives. Okay, that's fine. We're okay with negatives. Man, that's fast. Like this is talking, it's going from C#, it's picking up the event, it's pushing it into a channel, another thread is picking it up, it's writing it across application boundaries from like C# using a named pipe in Windows, in the Windows kernel. It's writing it into that, and then I have my C++ engine worker picking it up on the other side in a socket, reading out the bytes, deserializing it, reading out the X and Y position, pushing it into my engine, and then my engine is drawing or writing that text into the thing there. And like, look at how, like, it's crazy how fast this stuff works. But it was just, I think it was a good investment of time into getting this technology right. So now everything is nicely decoupled and working. So anyway, so now when I move the mouse, what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to move a camera. And in order to get that camera moving, we have to look at the camera system. So let's clean this shit up a little bit, or let's pin this because I'm going to be using the direct 3D stuff. Now, when I move, let me look at my camera system because I just started a new camera system. Because this engine was sort of built around a 2D game. For anybody that's interested, I have a very long, like 2.5-hour video on the channel that teaches you how to write games. If you've never written one, like basically from scratch in C++, you do a little shooter. But anyways, this engine was sort of built for a 2D game. So I just started a new camera system. All the systems and stuff, it doesn't matter whether it's 2D, 3D, everything's built for games. But the camera system is for, I started this new one. So what I need to do is, right now it only handles the key input. So it picks up from the input system. It picks up the, how should I do this? Actually, this is not in the engine yet. I lied. That's fine. I need to actually get, do I have a mouse event in the engine built yet? I have a mouse motion event. Ugh. Is this being used anywhere? Okay, whatever. We will stick with that. Let's actually go and mouse, or fuck it, I'm not doing that. Okay, that's good. And then we are going to serve.event queue. Where's it? Oh. Queue. And then here we're now entering engine land. And in engine land, we have to use mouse motion event. And that is going to be serve.input state. Boom. It knew exactly what I was going to type. This is the kind of thing I like AI for, actually. Like, it just completed that line for me. It knew exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, so now we have, this is going to be a problem. No overloader function. Why does my, where are the events? It doesn't have a constructor? Yeah, it does. What's the problem? Oh, never mind. I was too quick to praise AI. Okay, I think that compiled just fine. Okay, now we leave tools land and we're in engine land. So what that means is we should do this in the input system. And the input system needs to register event queue.dispatcher register handler. We're interested in mouse motion events, and we want to receive them here. So I have this like sort of at the core of the engine is the event queue system, which everything goes through there. And I did that because I want to be able to record all input and make sure everything is deterministic. So when you press keys, when a gameplay event gets sent from, an enemy died or whatever, everything is handled through events. And there are system events, such as in this events.h, which are just like, keyboard event, component removal, direction change. Some of these are just sort of, this one I don't like because it's kind of a weird, vague direction change event. But like collision event, so the collision system, when it detects two things hit, it'll send that off to whoever gives a shit. And it's an event that happens in the physics stage of the frame. And then you have animation play. So one system can send out an event that it wants an animation to play. And it'll, it's all based on resource IDs and all that. And then the systems that need to take part in animation playback will subscribe to receive these events. So essentially the rendering system might need to change which mesh is being drawn in order for a particular animation to be played. This is just some remnants from the 2D stuff. Like, you don't need this. But anyways, yeah. So everything's sort of tied to this central queue. So what I'm doing is now I am hooking the input system to receive mouse pointer events. Now that we've pushed them from the editor into the engine is now getting mouse motion events, and it's going to be dispatching them to anyone that gives a shit. And in the input system, we're saying we give a shit, and all we have to do is just say void on event node handle. So this is going to tell us who's receiving the input event, and in our case, it's whoever has an input component, which is our camera in this case. H node, and we're going to say const motion. Oh my god. And let's forward declare it. And then here we're going to, actually we don't need to do anything else. All we need to do is just say bang, generate, and now we have the event handler in here. It can be made static. No, it can't. And it doesn't need to be. So, why'd you ask if I watch sports, by the way? Just curious. Oops. This is the moment of truth here. I mean, it'll work, but baby steps, right? So let me just make sure I'm not logging it twice. So the engine worker receives it. This is like a shell around the engine called the engine worker, which essentially just lets the engine run in its own thread. And then there's like a server component to it that receives commands from the UI, from the editor. So when the C# application, where the actual tools are built, wants to send a command to the engine, it sends it over the communication channel, the worker receives it, and then it hands it off to the engine. So it sounds more complicated, but it's really not. So yeah, so that gets sent. We can just, actually I shouldn't close that, doesn't matter. And what we're doing, oh my god, I got so much shit. I don't need this right now. Okay, so yeah, this is like an example of this empty, I should just call this something else because it's not really self-explanatory, but the engine's sort of built on the concept of like these application extender things. So essentially, where is it? Too many things open here. Empty. So there's, you know, this is the start of the program. So essentially, you receive the arguments and from the command line or whatever, and I made this class called Bootstrap, which essentially just receives these arguments, and depending on which mode your game is currently in, what you're compiling it for, it will look if it's in tooling mode, which actually this, oops, needs to be like this. Oh man, see? Jeez, completely missed this. These need to be const expert. How did I not notice that before? But anyways, yeah, so if it's in tooling mode, it'll just only compile the parts that are for tools. And essentially, it will spin up a engine worker for tooling mode. Sorry, here, if we're in tooling mode, we check the arguments. There's like some crap that comes in. And then we actually start execution from the Bootstrap class as like a helper. And then it spins up an engine worker. And then the start method actually starts the server. So it kicks off, initializes stuff with the resolution and all that. And then it starts the server. It starts listening for events. And then after it sets up everything, it actually starts the main loop of the engine. And then it processes events coming in from the outside, anything that's deemed to be a tool, in which case the C# app is the one. And it processes anything that's queued up from the tooling, and it pushes it into the actual engine queue. So in the case of the mouse events, we're getting that from the C# application, we're pushing it into the engine queue, and then this thing is just spinning and running the engine in a thread. So this will run the engine process until it receives a signal to shut itself down, in which case, you see it just exits. Anyways, so I'm blabbing too much for anyone. I assume people are coming into the channel because they're interested in kind of what I'm building, but which is why I'm blabbing. So if I'm talking too much and not coding enough, you guys let me know. So we've got the mouse events, then we've pushed them into the nice. Yeah, we'll chat on there. Are you leaving? Maybe. Okay, let's just run. Oh, so this is, here I'm running just the actual C# application. I haven't changed the name. It's still called Avalonia Editor, because I was sort of doing a proof of concept with Avalonia, which is like a really good UI framework for .NET C# ecosystem. Kind of like WPF, if anyone's ever used that, but much more modern and cross-platform. It kind of works on everything. So it's a pretty slick GUI framework, which obviously you can't tell yet because I haven't done anything really cool with it. But essentially, this is just the C# application. So when I go launch, it's actually kicking off all the COM stuff, and see the engine's already started. And now we're in here, and yeah, we see that the input events are making their way into the input system. So it's receiving everything. But I think what I need to do, because these events, first of all, these events are, there's like, this is going to crash eventually. And actually, let me see how long it takes before it crashes. Because the event system that I have right now doesn't continuously grow for these events. It will, I think it's like holding up to 30,000 events right now or something. And it's allocating memory every time it creates an event, which I really don't like. But it's about getting it right first, and then we'll optimize it later. But I'm surprised it hasn't crashed yet. Yeah, see, it crashed. Boom. And it crashed because vector subscript out of range. So exactly. So it made so many events because I'm moving the mouse that it just ran out of space for the event. So anyways, now we know how long we can move the mouse until it dies. So let's see. Well, this is actually a good test. The engine died and it killed the editor. So that's something I'm gonna have to fix. The idea is that like they're in two separate processes. So if one dies, it shouldn't kill the other. You should be able to go back in and reconnect them. Oh, humble. I don't care. So, okay. Let's kill that. But, I mean, it is set up already kind of like that. Like if I start the engine, right? I can come in here, move around. And then if I stop the engine, this will kill it entirely, right? You can see down here that it's killed. I can't move right now, and I can relaunch it. And then it just restarted the whole exe. So this is cool for like, once I start doing a lot more iteration. So it is already set up to do that, but if it crashes, I need to handle that a little bit more gracefully. So now, what do we want to do about this? So we have the event. I need to figure out how to rotate this camera and this is really just thinking through like which system should do what, right? Because this is kind of core stuff. I don't want to just shoehorn it somewhere. Or maybe I should just shoehorn it somewhere actually. Let me see, what am I doing in the physics system? So in the physics system, okay, not here. Okay. So where are they? Am I? No. Local X. Okay. Why did I put these here? That's so stupid. That wasn't supposed to go there. Must have been working late. That needs to go in the physics component is where that needs to go. I don't like that. Okay. No. This needs to be PC like this. Okay. I like how this thing is going to now complain that... Oh no, never mind. It's fine. See, it's doing what it's good for. Oh, thank you. I didn't have to write any of those. You're so sweet. Watch there be a bug in one of them. Any programmers here, question for you. Do you use underscores or M underscores for field names in your classes or structs? Because I've always been like anti underscores and prefixes and stupid shit like that. But I'm finding myself actually liking it a little bit more lately. A, so that tools like this can shut up. And B, like, see, it's like, it's complaining that what? Declared where? It's going to point to the one in the class. Like, it's not shadowing anything. So I've been finding myself doing this and kind of feel okay with it. Like if I do this, I can just now go like that. Is it going to stop complaining? Yes. Return. Obviously, I'm going to have to change all of them. I'm not going to leave it just like that for one of them, but I'm finding myself liking this a little bit. I might actually start using it, but I don't feel like changing all my code. But it does make it a little bit more safe with all the shadowing. In case you forget to put a this, you could assign this to itself and do stupid stuff like that. So there's some benefit to it, but I just don't like typing underscores. But if you put the M in front, generally you will get the fields right off the bat. So it's not too bad. Actually, I built my D3D engine with M underscores on all the things and kind of got used to it now. It was like a trial run. Okay. The other thing that I like actually, and I'm going to do it on this, is you don't have to do get and I mean set is fine, but for the getters you can just go like this now, and it actually makes it nicer. And I actually like this. Like I don't have to type get this, get that. I can just type the name of the variable as a function, and it kind of conforms to the C++ standard a little bit. Not standard, but the what the STL does. So where is the system? And now I can just do this. Okay, so what I need to do, I gotta like take these vectors. So right now I'm working on the mouse look camera for the engine. So I'll show you kind of where I'm at, Frankie. This thing, is it gonna start? What's going on here? Oh, I didn't actually run it. So we have the actual editor in C#, if you recall. And so just to kind of recap what we now have integration with USD. So I can come into Maya and move this back where it was, save, and literally come here and just restart. And as you can see, this thing is back into the ceiling where I just moved it in Maya. And this is really, this is really where the power of USD kind of comes in, right? Like I can be working in my modeling tool and I can like, check this out, like I'll show you. I can come here. I don't even have to change this stage. I can like go back to, let's say, the actual model pieces. Let's say we wanted to do something stupid like this. Let's edit this. And let's do some goofy shit like this. Right? I can hit save. Go back here. Stop the engine. Relaunch it. Did I speak to? Oh no, I have to merge it back in. You have to go right click. Do it here. Why is that not coming up? Merge. There you go. Maya is a little bipolar. Let's go launch. I think I crashed my own engine. Oh, trying to do a cool demo. Fucked it up. But here, this will be the right demo, you see? I didn't have to export a single file or do anything, right? Like I just went in, I made a change to the level. And, right, here, I'll do a proper demo here. Let me undo that, right? We don't want that, that's really stupid. I can just save that. And then merge that back into the USD. Now the USD has the data from Maya. And then I can just go boom, stop the engine, boom, start the engine. I'm gonna put like a refresh button and like the level just changes, right? It's so much more than hot reloading though. Like it's, if you look at the actual USD, right? Like I was showing this earlier on the stream, like this this scene here, the hallway. Sorry, I'm actually looking at the wrong thing. 1 second. Let me open like this prefabs. I called it prefabs because I was just gonna like create a bunch of like prefabs that I was then gonna put into like a level USD. But essentially I'm just using this for now for testing. But like this USD references the where is it? It references the model, right? So you can instance like these walls and doorways and the ceiling and all that stuff, right? It's all using the other USD as a layer, and then it's all like ceiling 4 uses this mesh, right? Ceiling 5 uses the same mesh, right? It's all instanced, and essentially when I make a change in here, the modeling layer of the USD is changed, and I can even do it so it's real time, which I might do, but I don't really care for now. I might just put like a toolbar with like a little refresh symbol. But essentially, right now it's actually like turning off the engine and turning it back on. But really, I could just like blow away the old mesh data and just refresh the USD. And like you don't have to take your models out and export FBX files or GLTF files or OBJs or whatever you want to use. You don't have to export all this shit around. Like the USD has everything. All the authoring data from Maya is there. So then I just bring it in, process the meshes, like triangulate them and all that. And then I can just make my scene and it's all there. Like it's all working. So it just makes it so much nicer. Like, check this out. What if I did this? Here, let me just actually start the editor, right? Let's launch it. So this now spins up the engine runtime. And let's go here and in front of the door, and we'll go back to doing the mouse camera thing in a second. But if I go here, right? And then I just, let's make something, let's make a sphere with Maya. Make it smaller. Right? Do this. Let's isolate it. Let's do something like, oops, like this. And then go boom, boom. We're gonna bevel it. And then we're gonna go face, face. Do that. And then here, oops, we're gonna make it like that. And let's give it like, actually whatever, that's good enough. I don't need to get too crazy. Maybe we'll just give it some eyebrows. This is some kind of defender robot. Yes, I'm a dork, believe it or not. All right, so now we have this like little thing that we just built, right? Let's try soft edges. I could even go into Maya right now and sculpt it. Yeah, sub D is just gonna make it look stupid. So, oh my god, did I just crash Maya? No, I didn't. Okay. Why? Oh my god, what's the shortcut for this? I always forget. Like, how the hell did I? Oh, this. Okay. Yeah, see, sub D is not too bad on it. I mean, can I bake the sub D in Maya? I bet I can. Because I've disabled, let's just go mesh tools or edit mesh. I think you can do, I haven't been playing with Maya for a while, so I like forget shit right away. But I can go smooth, I think, right? That actually looks all right. Okay, so we've got this mesh, right? And it's right now sitting in Maya. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate it as USD data. And now it's officially in the USD, right? What I need to do is also add a prim. And we're going to call it Defender. And we're going to move this guy in here. Can we move that guy in there? Yes, we can. So now this guy is in the USD. And if we open up USD view just to verify that, see, he's in there. Now let's see. The engine's running. If I just stop it and launch it, what did I just do? Only face varying normals are currently supported. So yeah, so I'm how did it store the normals? So I guess Maya stored the normals in a format. I mean, clearly it worked, right? Like it tried to load this guy, but right now I only have support for what are called face varying normals, which it just says just how the normals on the model are distributed, interpolated across the mesh. And in my code, I have an assert that makes sure that, because right now I'm assuming that they're all face varying, but I bet you if I run this with debug, let's do that. Let me just stop that. and restart it. What do you mean, unique live poll? Like in terms of you think the workflow is unique? Is that what you're saying? Let's attach a debugger to the engine. So now when it crashes, yeah, let's retry. So now it should go exactly where the crash happened, which is pretty obvious, exactly what I was showing you. So what interpolation mode does this mesh have? I bet I'm not going to be able to see that just by looking at the object. Ugh. Prim data. Why is it so many levels deep? USD is a beast of a library, by the way. Like, just it's so comprehensive. It's like it's a fucking can of worms to get into. It's so worth it once you get it all sort of set up, and I'm clearly sort of on my way there. But it's like it's able to describe Maya geometry data and all of Maya's like complexity around mesh data, and like think of something like Houdini, which is like one of the most hardcore VFX tools out there, right? Like, and it's able to work with that data, and both of those tools are able to speak the same language using USD. Like that just tells you. Same with Blender, kind of sucks with the way it works for it. Even though Blender is an excellent program, the USD is. I think they need better USD support, but the fact that both of those programs can talk to each other just tells you how many things USD has to be able to do in order to support that, right? Like it's wild. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening with Blender. I haven't really been using it for a while, but I really do think it's come such a long way. It really is really good software. It's just I like Maya's marking tools. I think I've said that on the stream in the past because I can then I usually use my pen, my graphics pen, so I don't have to like kill my wrist with the mouse all the time. If Blender had better support for modeling with a graphics pen, I might even consider switching to it. But anyways, right now I have a good reason to use Maya because it has better USD tools, right? Like this stuff is just like native to Maya, right? Like I can literally work with USD and Maya data at the same time. Whereas with Blender, you have your scene and you got to export it as USD and import it, blah blah blah. And yeah, you said that. I remember. I couldn't remember who said that, but you said that last time. I think we spoke about it. But yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose of USD, like exporting and importing and exporting it. Like you're supposed to have like a USD stage and it's live and stuff is referencing. You're not just exporting and importing all the time. So you got to use tools that work with it well enough. So anyways, the issue is, how about we try this? Let's stop everything because I think Maya is struggling. Why is Maya struggling? What's going on here? Performance 47%. What is eating my performance? Is it USD view? I bet it's USD view. I should probably kill it. OBS is using a bit. It's not USD view. Something is using, I guess whatever. All this shit adds up. OBS and JetBrains is a bit of a hog. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I could kill this right now. I don't need it. But actually, why did I do that? That's probably the right place for me to look. Let me rewind it. Nope, wrong place. Okay, so this guy, phase varying linear interpolation. Why is that? Oh, it's because I have sub D. How do I turn that off? I don't remember how to turn that off. Let's delete that. There's no sense in that. And then now we can, oh my God, Maya, Jesus Christ, Maya. Edit as Maya data, and now, actually I didn't need to do that, did I? I didn't need to do that. I can go here, and you just have to turn off the subdivision. Interpolate boundary. Okay, let's see. If I refresh that. Okay, see now it's not trying to do sub D, which is good. Does that mean that I can load it in my engine? Is it going to be using the right interpolation? I'm not supporting like in order for me to support sub D, I have to add support for interpreting some more mesh data types. Like ultimately I'm building a game engine, so I don't need sub D in the game engine, right? Like sub D is more of a modeling concept. So if you export something with sub D enabled on it, like without actually baking it into the mesh, first of all, you don't need USD to do the sub D. Yeah, I could, and that's kind of what I did, right? Like I just did. I think you can do mesh and smooth, and that kind of does the same thing as sub D. I think, right? It's just smooth, just kind of doubles the. Let me see. Or is that just smoothing the normals? Oh wait, no, I need to actually edit this. Edit as Maya data. And then when I do that, now you can go mesh, smooth, and you see it's kind of doing what sub D does, right? It's just subdividing it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the idea is that you're not deleting history and you're not doing certain things, right? So the idea is that like you'll have like your modeling version. Yeah, and that's another thing that you can do with USD. You can have like a render version and proxies for like viewport editing and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, like maybe I do want to have a sub D modifier, and then when I bring it into the engine, my engine should be smart enough to see, okay, you want sub D with this algorithm, then it's going to subdivide it in the engine and bake it. And I think that's what I'll have to do anyways. Like I'll have to probably implement subdivision at some point, but I can just bake it in, right? Like that's what I've just done, and then I just merge it back in, and now the actual model has the sub D baked into it, but it's not sub D as you would like if I was building this. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Like if I was making this thing, right? Let's get a box made. Let's work on this box for a second, right? If I just go, right? Oops. This, and then, oops. And then if I go like that, then let's do this, right? So now if I go to like object mode and I press, oops, okay, hold on, 2. How do I turn, okay, there. Like this is sub D modeling. Like I haven't applied it yet, right? Because this is really what the topology looks like. But if I press 2, it's showing me what it would look like if I subdivided it. So what you would do, right? Like in any Maya or any 3D developer knows, like you just go, okay, let's add some like supporting loops, for example, right? You'll do that. Maybe I'll add one here and another one here. And now if I press 2, I have, like this is kind of what sub D modeling is. and then you just keep adding loops wherever you want to reinforce the shape, right? So I'll add another one here, and then another one here. I'm not really doing anything here. This is just more for demonstration, right? Like we made, what did we do? We made a dumbbell? Not even. We made something. Exactly. Yeah, you got it. So like I don't want to destroy that information. Like I still want my topology to be simple here, so that as an artist I can go in and make changes to it, and then if I bring it into the let's see what USD does actually. So I have this cube, I can right click it and duplicate it inside the USD data, right? So here, let me hide the actual, right? So here, I wonder if I bring it into USD view, I wonder if USD view is going to display it subdivided, because it is set to Catmull-Clark, right? So if I display it here, so it doesn't look like it's subdivided anything, right? Like, so I don't actually understand. Even their own tools actually don't look like they're adding sub D, but it seems to understand it, right? Subdivision scheme. So if a tool wanted to load this and display it the way the artist intended, it would know that it's supposed to be Catmull-Clark, and it would sub D it once or twice, whatever. I think there's like a sub D levels. Like I've seen people export stuff out of ZBrush and have different subdivision levels, and USD will carry those various subdivision levels along with their geometry, which is kind of wild if you think about it. Like considering how complex ZBrush is in like what information it carries. But yeah, so essentially what I want to be able to do is like read that it's supposed to be that, and then sub D it in engine, which I'll get there. I mean, it's a simple algorithm. I think I can implement it, and it'll kind of go a long way. Or I bring in finalized assets that already have sub D. Like I don't have to support everything. Like the stuff that I reference for a level can be exported assets. Like this guy could be exported like with the subdivision baked in, so that the artist can have their own sort of copies, and then they can export the USD, and then we can actually just work on the level in Maya and bring in like the final baked version of these meshes. So if you follow what I'm saying. So this guy, let's see, this guy no longer has Catmull-Clark. No, for sure. You would still use the lower. You always want to use the lower res, like retopologized ones. I was just thinking like if for some reason I wanted to support, which is why I haven't added it, by the way. Like if I wanted to support a case where like I wanted to bring something in that's subdivided non-destructively, maybe support that. But like you're right, like the engines never need to work with the artist version of the asset. Like you'll have a retopoed character, like 20,000 polys or something with a rig attached to it, like not the freaking ZBrush 20 million version of the thing, right? So like I'm not gonna waste time supporting subdivision schemes and stuff like that. Like ultimately, yeah, exactly. Like I'm not gonna support all the shit that Maya does. In which case, like why am I even using USD, right? Like if I'm gonna rebuild everything that Maya is doing, I might as well just add modeling tools and do everything from scratch. It's stupid, right? So, and that's the other thing about USD. It can just reference FBX file. So you could still have artists modeling and working and retopoing and doing everything the way they normally work. And then I could find, in the end, I'd just make like a USD stage, reference those GLTF files or FBX files or whatever, and then just like instance them around and do everything with the USD. Boom, that's like the staging layer from Maya. Then I'll add another layer called lighting, and then throw a bunch of lights everywhere with Maya, point lights, direction lights, hit save, and then the engine could read both of those layers and, you know, position all the meshes where they need to go. And then the secondary layer is just going to be a bunch of like USD lights, maybe even a third layer that's like materials for in-engine rendering. Like everything could be a separate layer, but ultimately the engine will just bake it down into like a runtime format, which is kind of what I'm doing now, right? So I have this USD processor that essentially just like you throw it a USD, load stage. It's very rudimentary right now. You give it a path, and then it just like starts ripping through the actual prims, what they're called prims in USD. It starts reading through them, and then when it finds prims that are instances of a mesh, it checks if it needs to load the mesh, and if it does, it loads it, keeps it in memory, throws it on the GPU, and then it like creates a where is that? You'll see it. Yeah, see, it creates a node, boom, boom, and then it processes the geomesh, and then what that does is it loads the mesh, triangulates it, ignores sub D because I'm not gonna mess with that, and then it loads the mesh using the renderer, which is just the Direct3D12 renderer right now, throws it on the GPU, and then it attaches that to, it kind of creates an instance of that mesh. And I don't remember, oh, it's right here. Yeah, I'm just not looking down low enough. And it essentially creates a mesh component on the node, tells it that it wants to use this GPU handle. GPU is just like, this is just an integer, I think, is what I set it to. Where is it defined? Or it's a 64-bit integer. But it's ultimately just the GPU's like loading all the meshes in sequence in like one big buffer. And these handles allow me to just pass around these meshes super easily. So then this mesh component essentially just receives is told to use this GPU handle. And this node, this is just like a scene node, a game object, right? That's what I'm calling nodes. I don't like entities because I'm not doing like a pure ECS here. Anyways, and then when the render actually runs, it pulls out the mesh, knows exactly where it is in memory, and just draws it, right? This isn't, this is a brand new renderer that I started a week or so ago, so it's not fully optimized yet or anything, but yeah, so moving on. So we tried to get that guy in there, and I was just fucking around, and now it's eating up a bunch of time, but let's have a look. Can I load that guy? Let me just stop everything because I don't know what the state of things was. Is it compiling? It's compiling. I wonder if it's going to be still trying to use some interpolation mode on the mesh that I don't support. I remember it complaining with the other pieces. I had to turn off Catmull Clark on it. Let's see. Because I actually hit F5 and I relaunched it in here. Okay, yeah. See, he's in there. It's just I need to actually freeze transforms and actually get the camera working with the mouse. So actually, let's do that. Let's take a look. Oh, because so I want to be able to prototype things quickly. And as much as I love Vulkan, it's a fucking pain in the ass. Like when you're like, it's a great API when you know what you're doing, and first of all, I'm not that experienced with graphics programming. Like, I know my way around, but like, I still have plenty to learn. Prototyping anything in Vulkan is like 4,000 lines of code to get something interesting on the screen. Like, I don't need that. I need to be able to work with an API that's modern enough to be explicit, so that I'm taking advantage of like multi-core, so that my renderer is aware of the complexity of GPUs. But I also don't want to do stuff with like 2,000 lines of code to throw in a skybox or something, right? Like, I've done this stuff with OpenGL. You can do it in like 30 lines of code, and then you go into Vulkan and it's like 700 lines of code to like do something basic, you know? Yeah, and it's like, it's cool. You should be aware of what Vulkan does. You should learn it. But like, when you're building, I don't need to fuck around with like all that shit. I just want to iterate. I want to make stuff, and then eventually, when I need a high performance like Vulkan renderer, I'll write it. So D3D12 is like the same version of Vulkan. Like, it's the version of Vulkan that like, creating a swap chain is like 2 lines of code. Yeah, D3D12 does the same shit Vulkan does. Performance wise, they're on par. But like, to get something up on the screen, it was like 300 lines of code to draw a triangle, whereas it's like 1,400 lines of code to do it properly in Vulkan. So it's just a no-brainer. Like, I'm gonna use D3D12. It forces me to think the way you have to think when you're using Vulkan as well, with like resource transitions and barriers and all this other stuff that like synchronization between GPU, CPU. You got to use like fences and events and all this stuff. Like, you still got to do that stuff. It's just everything is done in a way that's like, that makes sense. Like, in Vulkan, you have to fill a structure for that, and then boom, and then pass this to that, and like, everything is like this much code. Whereas in D3D, it's like, create fence, done. I have a fence now. Like, transition, I don't know, execute barrier or whatever it's called. I can't remember. And executes a barrier. Like, you're still using the same. It's still the same complexity. It's just a lot less code, and a lot less for you to fuck up while you're learning. So it just makes more sense. Okay, so what was the issue here? I think I have a scale. Yeah, I see my scaling's all off. So why don't we freeze transforms, merge it back into USD, save, and this is our test. Now we should go stop the engine, launch the engine. Where did it? Yeah, and I don't blame them, right? Like, especially game devs like me, who are like, my background's not graphics programming. Like, I'm a web developer. I've worked in banks and marketing companies, right? Like, I'm not an like absolute crazy expert in this stuff. So like, I want to learn stuff fast, and I don't want to like fight the API just to get stuff going, right? So Vulkan's just a bit of a pain in the anus. What the fuck did I just do though? Oh, why did this? No, that's just the pivot. Let me see. What does it look like in here? It looks fine. Why is there a scale here still? That doesn't make sense. Do I need to save something? Is something not saved? Is it this guy? I bet it's this. No, it's not that guy. Who is it? Defender. Okay. Sphere 1. Why is it still... I gotta watch some of that channel a little bit more. The Tokyo Spliff guy, like, he's I like what he's doing, and I think he's doing everything with OpenGL, which I think that makes sense. The guy's just like getting shit done. He's not even like, you don't even need to squeeze the juice out of the GPU at that level. You just need to get your like gameplay systems working and everything, right? Eventually, when all your features are built and your engine's a little more solid, then you can like, okay, I'm going to take advantage of multi-core. I need Vulkan for that, or D3D12 or whatever. Okay. Where did that guy go? Wait. Yeah, that dude, he is a character. I haven't watched too much. I've like jumped in once or twice. But yeah, he's certainly a character. But good for him, you know? Where is he trying to put this thing? Like, I don't know why it's not visible. Let's put this guy, we need to put his pivot here. And then, what is this? Oh, that's just my selection. That's fine. And then, let's move him to the center. Save. And then, we're gonna freeze the transforms so the mesh data is not stupid. And then we're going to make him guard the door. He is the guardian of the door. Okay, save. So let's actually make him float a little higher. Save, save. So USD view is good because I can actually like, yeah. So this is where he needs to show up in the engine. Except, let me just back up. Like, why is that not showing up at all? Yeah, he's clearly being processed. He's being processed. That's weird. Am I able to even make change? Like if I move this down, okay, yeah. So stuff is changing. What did I change? Yeah. Stuff is changing. It's just, for some reason, this guy doesn't want to show. Ironing out the kinks, you know? Why? Why are you... Realistically, you don't even need Mel because USD has a notification system, which is really cool. I'm telling you, the USD SDK is hardcore. Like there's a whole notification system so that it can watch certain stages. It could watch certain stages and it can notify the tool that's got the stage loaded or that layer loaded that something changed or whatever. And then since my SDK is loaded, my application is using it, I can give it a delegate and say, notify me if something changes, and then pick up that change. So literally the moment I hit save in Maya, I can have my engine pick up the notification from the USD system and then just feed the mesh data through the processor and all that and just refresh it. Like you don't even need to do anything crazy in Maya. The stuff that I want to do is actually like if I go in here and move something here, I want Maya to be able to see it right away, which I think you can do I'm not sure how Maya handles live reload of the USDs, but I think you can do it. I actually watched um, what's it called? Who was it? Who are the guys that do God of War? Is it Santa Monica? Sony Santa Monica? They don't have a game engine. Like they literally build everything in Maya. Like everything in Maya. So the entire world is built up in Maya. And they've probably been doing this for a long time. So their tech is probably more crude than what I'm doing here with USD. Funny enough, but they probably have a ton of scripts and shit that are like hardcore for working with Maya data. But what they do apparently is like they have scripts in Maya that will literally push everything out of Maya over cables or whatever into like a Sony PS4, PS5 dev kit, and their engine that's running on the PS4 or PS5 or whatever will listen for data over the wire directly from Maya, and it'll refresh. So essentially, like they're building everything in Maya. They probably have extended properties on objects and stuff like that. It'd be like this, you can pick this up. This has a health, and this has that. I don't know how they do it. They didn't really show the tech, but I'm just sort of imagining. And then they like hit a button in Maya. No, Maya is not the game engine. Maya is the tool that defines everything. And they have extended properties probably on different objects. And then they hit a button, and Maya can push the data over a socket into the game engine in real time, which is running on a PlayStation. So the PlayStation receives like all that data, like it gets serialized and then deserialized on the other side on the PlayStation. And then it will refresh itself using data that came from Maya, which I thought was really cool. Like that's pretty impressive. It's like it's heavy use of Maya, and it's one of the reasons like Maya is still around, right? Obviously, because there's so many studios using it extensively. But I thought that was pretty crazy. Okay, so I don't feel like dealing with this guy right now. I'm gonna ignore him. We need to work on the mouse input, which is what I actually set out to do. So let's take a look. So here's the problem. The way, and I don't know if anyone, there's like 6 people here. Yeah, exactly. Like that's probably some like old school tech that they've just been using forever. And it works for them, you know. They probably got piles and piles of tools inside Maya for doing that, and shelves in their like toolbars that are standard for people developing. There's probably like you hit a button and it just like handles it, you know. I don't know how you debug. That's got to be a pain in the ass. But actually, debugging is like they probably have like attached, kind of what I'm doing here, actually, right? Like if I hit if I run the editor is running in its own process, right? And then I go launch with debugging. So what I'm doing in the engine, I'll show you real quick. My cat wants attention. I'm going to ignore her for now. Yeah. What's happening is my bootstrap class is now, what it's doing is if I'm in tooling mode, what it's doing is if I passed in --debug, which is what that menu item actually does, it launches the process with --debug attached. What my bootstrap class does is it says, hey, if you have this, Windows has a function called isDebuggerPresent, which just literally does that. It just tells you if there's currently a debugger attached to your code. Okay, what do you want? What do you want? Well, no, you got kicked out of there because you were probably bothering someone. So now you're staying in here for a bit. No. All right, come here. Yes, go. Go do what you gotta do. This cat, she's so chatty. Which, whatever, it's cute. Yeah, well, when she needs pats, man, she just jumps on me. Like, she does this all the time on my stream. She'll like come over here and like just hang out on my shoulder and just like rub her face on me. I think she might just want to go eat her food or something, and she was locked in the office room. So, anyways, yeah. So here, it's actually just looping in here and sleeping for 100 milliseconds in every loop iteration, right? Like editor server is waiting. So it's waiting for the engine to start. And the engine is waiting for a debugger to get attached to it. And if you actually look at the run, right, I actually have a message. Please attach a debugger, which is this message. And now it's just stuck in this loop. So now if I do Control-Alt-P in Writer, you can attach the debugger to a process. So I'm going to attach it. Oh, wait a second. I have multiple copies of the runtime. Oh, well, that's a problem. So it's going to get confused. Let's restart that because I don't want this thing getting... I had multiples running, so that would definitely cause problems. But yeah, so do that again. Launch with debugging. Now we're in this loop. And then if I go empty and I attach it to, this is the just the name of the executable is empty. If I attach a debugger, now this loop ends, right? Because the debugger is now attached. And the engine starts up. Now I can go like inside of my, because remember I'm working on a C# application, but I also want to be able to debug my tools. Now if I go into the camera system, I can go in here and just put a breakpoint, bam, right? Automatically it gets hit. And even though I'm working on a C# application, so let's just take that out. Let's kill this thing, stop engine process. So this should kill that one process. Nope, we have an exception. Where's the exception? So I was fighting with this earlier. Sometimes I think there's a race condition between the viewport and the renderer, where the renderer is actually drawing to a texture and the C# viewport is showing that texture. But they have to synchronize with each other using what's called a key. It's a mutex, but they call it a keyed mutex. And there's, I guess, still a bug in there because this hasn't crashed since I worked on it earlier. But anyways, the synchronizations are tricky. These things take time. To answer your question, Frank, I'm not actually using C-Line. I am using Writer. And Writer is like their replacement for Visual Studio. The reason I switched to it is, I'm not going to demonstrate, but as soon as I added the USD SDK into my project, and then I included it into one of my files, I included one of the USD headers. Visual Studio just like shit itself. It puked on itself, and then it collapsed. Like it was just, it cannot handle USD. And then I was even asking AI because I'm like, give me suggestions. Like, what are people doing when they're working with the USD SDK? It's like, well, you should disable IntelliSense and you should disable this. And I'm like, I want these tools. Otherwise, I'll just use a regular editor, right? So I tried ReSharper in Visual Studio, which handled it nicely. But then I decided to give Writer a shot because Writer is like their .NET C# IDE, but it also has like the exact same C++ engine and parsing engine and whatever, refactoring, all that stuff as C-Line and ReSharper. And Writer is kind of free for non-commercial use. So I'm like, okay, let's give it a shot. And it's like, you think I'm in C-Line, but I'm actually in a free IDE called Writer, which handles C++ the same way as C-Line. It has the exact same engine. Yeah. Yeah, just disable the IDE but still use Visual Studio. I'm like, might as well use VI at that point. Like, the hell am I going to use Visual Studio for? Like, I would keep it open just to hit F5 and debug, but like, I'm not even going to do that, right? But the IntelliSense engine is just too old. Like, I don't know what they're doing with it. They're probably going to add more Copilot bullshit, you know, and not fix anything. So anyways, I do love Visual Studio. You know, it's like what I've used since my career started, and I know it well. But hey, man, it literally can't work on the project. Like it just starts parsing files, and then it just runs out of memory. You increase the memory, it runs out of I'm like, I gave it 12 gigs of RAM and it's still like dying. I'm like, fuck off. I'm done with that. Emacs handles it better. Okay, so here's where I'm at. So if anybody has input, I'm all ears. But the mouse event is in the engine. The input system picks it up in here. Currently, what the input system does is it sets up a direction vector. I should normalize it. Maybe not, actually. What I'm doing is when you press the A key or the D key, it just sets whatever. Like if you press A, you want to go left. If you press D, you want to go right. So it's a +1 if you're going right, and it's a -1 if you're going left. And that's it. And these are just for scaling, right? These are just scalars. When I run the physics system, what it does in order to move you, it picks up your physics component, picks up the node's physics component, right? So here you can see it's grabbing the physics system, it's grabbing its own components that it uses. And the physics component has a local to that object, X, Y, and Z axis. So it's not like a world necessarily. I mean, it is aligned with the world, but it's local for that object. Or maybe I should just, no, never mind. It is local, and it's a local X, Y, and Z. So when you press, if the direction is positive or negative, it multiplies that by your local x-axis times the acceleration factor, and it moves you in that direction. Depending on which key you press, this will be positive or negative. This will be pointing to your right, right? So that'll just mean that this will either make this positive or negative, and then this will scale it, and then you'll move. And it's as simple as that. And it'll do that for all 3 axes. So in order for the camera, for me to strafe, I just move along my current local x-axis. Like if I'm a camera and there's like an arrow pointing forward and to my right and up, those are my X, Y, and Z axes, local. So regardless of where I'm actually looking in the world, I have this pivot, these things pointing forward, to my right, and up. So my idea for doing this camera, I've already got movement figured out, but what I need to do for the camera is when you move the mouse, I need to rotate the x-axis, or sorry, it's going to be the z-axis first probably, around the y-axis. So this is going to rotate around this, right? So then I essentially recompute this vector, the local z vector, which would be my heading, around, so once that's computed, I can take this and this, cross them, do a cross product, and get this, which will give me my local x. So when you cross product 2 vectors, right, 2 vectors like that, the cross product will give you a vector that's orthogonal to both of them. So it's pointing away from both of them at 90 degrees. So that'll give me my new system. So I can rotate my z-axis, which is my heading, around my up vector, my y-axis, and then get back my x-axis by doing a cross product between these two, which is simple, right? That's simple vector math. The question is, where do I do that? So I'm just trying to do this properly. I can probably shoehorn that crap like in the physics system. I actually could do it there, but then the physics system is receiving like input events, which I don't want, right? Like that should be, no, the axis of rotation will be either my local x-axis or my local y-axis. So if I'm moving the mouse up and down, it's going to be rotating this way, and this is the x-axis. So it's rotating around the x-axis. If I move the mouse left and right, it's rotating around the y-axis this way, right? This is how it's rotating. And those axes will change depending on which way I'm looking, right? So what I need to do is, and then I can cross product again and get my axis of rotation. So what I got to do is figure out where I actually want to apply that rotation, because I don't think the physics system should know about. It should probably be in the camera system, and that's fine. I don't think there's a problem. I can start with that, and if I have some, so let's just say the camera system also requires a physics. The thing is, yeah, it should be. It should be. I was going to say other things will need to maybe change those axes of rotation as well, but they can do it in their own way, right? The camera system, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. I think I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it in that, like, oh, what if other non-camera objects need to be rotated? Well, fuck, when I get there, their systems can do rotations however they like. But that's really what I should do. So I'm gonna actually add the physics. Oops. Physics component. And I bet Writer is going to be smart. Actually, yeah, I do want it to do that. Never mind. Add include. Boom. So, okay, now I'm saying the FPS camera system, anything it works on also needs a physics component. What the hell just happened here? Okay, some shit got moved. Let's organize this a little better. So now the FPS camera system, anything working on it, see now it's even complaining. It's saying this tuple's incorrect. I wrote some good code for this stuff, man. Everything is like kind of automated, right? Like the compiler will warn me if I'm trying to do something where the types don't match, and like I'm not passing pointers around and everything's event driven. Like I think this engine's coming around or coming along. But anyway, so we got the physics component. Now what we need is to receive mouse events. So I actually don't need this in here, I think. I'm just going to pretend. Or do I want it in here? What am I going to do in the input system with the mouse events? Let's actually, this is kind of a problem because these events, let me see something. Okay, so I don't really want that to be in the event. You know what, actually? I'm not going to listen for that event in here. what we're gonna do, now I know how I want to do it. Because the camera system shouldn't get mouse events, but what it should get is the input system is gonna say it receives a mouse motion event. Then it's gonna say node service world get node, and then we're gonna say okay, and then I see, let's get axis. Oh no, that's not what I want. We're gonna actually, let's go to the input component. And here, let's just say, and by the way, I have two different math libraries right now because I'm stupid, but we're gonna have mouse delta. And I'm also starting to put this on my member variables because it's growing on me. So I'm gonna have to refactor some shit, which, whatever. We're gonna say get DirectX send float 2. I don't need a getter for that. Or get, I just need this. It just means it means member variable, and I've been against doing prefix stuff for a long time, and I don't want to type underscores and stuff, but I started doing it for my renderer just to see how I feel about it, because I don't want to be against stuff I haven't tried. And it's kind of growing on me, because then I can do things like, my method doesn't have to be get mouse delta. It could just be mouse delta, and then it could return m underscore mouse delta. Whereas if this was just called mouse delta, this method can't be called mouse delta. So everything has to have get. I don't know. It's and there's let's make everything global. No, yeah. Actually, no. There is a global prefix. People use g underscore for that. So, you know, there's that. The only thing is, but then you have like setters. No, what am I doing? I'm just trying it out. It's going to be a job refactoring everything. Actually, not really. Like if I do this because ReSharper is not retarded like Visual Studio, this will probably fix it for everything that uses this direction property here. Visual Studio, just like anytime you try and do stuff like that, it just collapses on itself. Which begs the question, like, why use it for C++? Like, it fails at basic IDE stuff, you know? Like, sometimes you're just trying to generate a definition for something, and it's like, can't error generating definition. I'm like, Vim can do it, you know? Like, they're like, do you want Copilot to generate the definition for you? So stupid. Okay, so. I mean, if you look, everything is Vim, right? Like, if you look down here, I use idea Vim. So, all my key presses are Vim. I've used Vim. Actually, I used Emacs a lot. Not here. Oh man, you're gonna get me on a sidetrack. Hold on, we'll go back to that. Emacs with evil mode, look it up. It's like the best implementation of Vim outside of Vim. With all the power of Emacs. Like, that's my preferred thing, but debugging in Emacs is just, no. I need a good debugger. Okay, so input system. Input system is going to say it received the mouse event, so it should say, actually what I need to do is add another field. Like, look at this dumbass. Like, we already have mouse delta, buddy. It's right below. Mouse position. Okay, direct X. Oh my god. They're taking our jobs. Mouse position. Look, it doesn't even know. Like, okay, all right. Yeah, it's AI autocomplete, but it's Copilot is, that's one thing VS does a little better. Copilot is better at autocompleting shit like that. This one is kind of brain dead. Sometimes it's doing the stupidest thing. Like it literally makes me laugh sometimes, the kind of stuff it suggests, but it does get in the way sometimes. But other times, like what was I doing a second ago, right? Like it was auto completing all these methods here. It like nailed them. So I don't know. Sometimes it's just its head just. I bet, yeah, you can turn everything on and off. I bet you can do it. Okay, so what we're doing, I like how I have one method in the CVP file. I guess it's just the constructor. Yeah, it makes sense. Whatever. Okay, so I have this mouse position. So what I'm gonna do is inside of the input system. Where did I put that? There it is. We're gonna take the mouse event and we're gonna say IC set mouse position, and we're gonna put we're gonna say DirectX XM float, and we're gonna put event.x. See, it tries to be helpful, and then I press something that it's not expecting. So that's going to set the mouse position. But before it does that, actually, what we need to do new mouse position. We need to say IC set mouse delta. It's going to be the new mouse position minus IC get, nope, just mouse position. Or actually you can't do that because DirectX math is really cool. You have to XM. This is something interesting, and people might think like, oh, why is he using DirectX math? It's a heavily a good CTR thumbnail. What do you mean? What's a CTR thumbnail? So DirectX math is like all SIMD vectorization, so it's able to do like a lot of these calculations in parallel on the CPU. It takes advantage of SIMD. So, but what you have to do, the price is a little bit of this stuff. So you have to say, this is going to be, let's say, new position is XM vector DirectX XM. Oh my god, I can't type. XM vector set, I think. Oh my god. What is wrong with me? And what we're going to do is we're going to say events. Hold on, let's. Or store vector. No, load. I'm still getting used to this. Load, float. So this will load it. So we're gonna get IC.get mouse position. Load float 2. And this should be. Oh, I have to get the. Ah. Hey, Once Guy. A good click-through return for a YouTube video. Well, hop on, Joshua, hop on my Discord if you want, and we can chat. I'm not sure if you're selling me something or you want to just help me get some click-throughs. I mean, help would be appreciated. But yeah, there's a Discord link if you want to hop on there. You can message me and you can tell me what, you can show me what you do, which would be cool. Should I even have getters and setters for this stuff? Like, I feel like I'm just making more work for myself. Like, honestly, fuck this. If I'm going to be working with DirectX Math, I feel like I should just do this. Like, just busy work for nothing sometimes, you know, trying to conform to this, like, mentality that I have from, like, Java and C# programming. Everything's a getter, everything's a setter. Like, you don't need that. I see. Now I can just go like this. I can just say the address of that member variable, which is what I need. So old position is that. And new position is going to be new position. Set, vector set, and that's going to be event.x, event.y. Like, we just did that. Okay, so we've got the new position and the old position, and then we're going to say DirectX, so vector delta equals new position. It's the new position. No, it's the old position from the new position. I think that's the order. 1 from 2. I'm assuming that's how I'm supposed to read that. When I call vector subtract, it's going to say I'm subtracting this from this. Or is it literally this minus this? In which case, fuck off autocomplete. You got it wrong. What's the problem here? just saw your comment, Frank. Abstract bean factor. You know what's funny? Like, that's probably a thing. You know, when I was doing Java in school, at first I was like, what the fuck is a bean? Like, I thought it was just this complicated thing. I'm like, oh, I wonder what the technology. It's just fucking classes, stateful classes. Like, there's so many things in Java when you get in there that are like almost gatekeeping terminology. Mind you, I like Java. I spent a lot of time in my career writing Java for, Java web apps, servers, backends, stuff like that. But man, some of the terminology they use for their standardized stuff is just like, bean. You just be in a class with some state that sits on the server. Like, okay. And now, actually, okay, I'm gonna succumb to this. It seems like it's a lot more work to do. No, you're right. Like, and I'm a proponent of OOP for some things, right? Like, there's 0 virtual calls. Or wait, no, I don't want to lie to you. I may have some virtual calls on the hot path, but like, I use OOP pretty heavily, but not where it might really like eat away at performance. Like, this method here on event, like, this isn't runtime polymorphism. My event handling and stuff like that, that's all static dispatch. None of it is like virtualized. So there's no like vtable lookups or any of that kind of stuff. This is literally just when an event fires with this, when this system registers here to receive these events, the compiler knows that happens, and at compile time, this class is told it's const expr in like a, here, I'll show you. It's hard to describe it. I have to like show you. Event queue. And I'm showing you something you didn't ask me to show you, but that's fine, right? There are these, like, it uses type erasure and essentially captures like a little lambda that'll dispatch the actual event. And I'm not gonna like dive too much into it, but it's all happening like it's all happening compile time, that registration, and this lambda is obviously is compiled into the application. So when input system says, hey, I want this event, it actually gets, sorry, Joshua, I'll read the message after, but I didn't think you want the rest of the chat to see what you're sending me. But anyways, yeah, so like the compiler knows that input system needs to get that event. So there's no like runtime dispatch for that stuff. It's all baked into the actual type system. So then it looks for an overload in input system. Like if I delete this function, the code won't compile, but not in like an OOP compile error where it's going to be like, oh, method not overridden or something, or like can't instantiate abstract class or whatever. It's literally going to say that like something tried to call this somewhere and the method's not there. Like it'll actually look for this function at compile time. Okay, so we've got V1, which is the old position, got the new position, V2, we subtract them, and now we need to say getters and setters are gone. You know what I'm going to do? I wonder how much I'm gaining with the SIMD stuff, because it's more work, right? Like I still have GLM in the project. I'm just trying out to see if I like this math library. I wonder performance-wise if I'm really gaining enough for the extra work. The SIMD, yeah. It actually really shines on matrix multiplication. Like that's really the big one, because it can crunch through matrices like it's no one's business. I think that's where it really sort of knocks it out of the park compared to GLM and some Eigen or whatever these other math libraries are. And I'm not going to write my own, obviously. Like there's no point. I mean, I've thought about it so that I can get better at math. Okay, did my ID just freeze? Yes, it did. Okay, so let's re-review here. We get a mouse event in the input system. We load the previous mouse position. Sorry, we load the new position. Let me just think. Do I want to do it this way? Let me not change this yet. I'm flip-flopping a little bit here. Bear with me. What the fuck? Get mouse position. Oh no, it's just mouse position. Okay. I forgot that I did that. And then here, this needs to be new position. This needs to be old position. Because I'm guessing I'm guessing what this is doing, XM vector subtract. Like, it would be nice if they just said like V1 is subtracted from V2, or is it supposed to be reading like V minus V1 minus V2, in which case it's V2 subtracted from V1. XM vector subtract. Am I stupid? It matters. Vector subtract from V1. Vector to subtract from V1. Okay, never mind. It's right here. So yeah, it's what I thought. You're supposed to read this minus this. So it's subtracting this from this. So what I need to do is make sure that like V1 is the new position. Let's say I'm position 5 and I'm subtracting my old position, which is 3. I need to get a delta of 2, not the other way around, right? So anyways, So then we have delta. Hold on, do I need to do this? There might be a handy function delta that then will store it. XM. Can I just return? Isn't there a two? There's no constructor for it. No, I need to go. Fuck it. All right. F delta. F2 delta. How do I want to name these? I need a convention. F delta. And then we'll say XM vector, store, which will store in F delta, delta. And then you can take your F delta and shove it in your object. Set mouse delta, F delta. This is way more work than it needs to be, but we'll see. We'll see how it behaves when we get to matrix multiplications. And I'm sure I'm not using it correctly. I'm sure there's other helper methods in there that make this a little cleaner, right? Okay, so we have the mouse delta on both axes. So then all I need to do now, the FPS camera system, how do I want to do that? Maybe I didn't need. Yeah. I did in my other old engine, I did use quaternions for the orientation, and I will be using quaternions like across everything, except for like the actual tooling. So the way I'm thinking that I'm going to do it in this one is like I'm going to store the orientations for everything as a quaternion so that I can work with, I can avoid like gimbal lock and all this other shit that like quaternions are good for. And so that you can actually like interpolate between them, because you can actually interpolate quaternions nicely. From what I've read, I haven't had to do it because I'm still kind of a noob with some of the stuff. But inside of the actual UI, I'm going to expose Euler angles probably. And so when I'm editing the actual, not that I'm even going to be doing much orientation changes in my own engine or in my own editor, because I'm going to be doing a lot of that stuff in Maya. But any tools that expose orientations are going to be with Euler angles. And then internally, I'm going to convert everything into a quaternion. That's the plan. That's what I did before, and it was quite nice. Like I had no issues, and I had like full-blown GLTF scenes loaded, animated. So that stuff was all working. So I'll probably do all of that here when I actually get it into the runtime. But right now, what I'm going to do is I need to get this mouse delta. And I'm just thinking through like, do I actually want to calculate this here, this delta, or do I want to calculate it here? Rather here, sorry. And I need to be like, if the input, let me see something. Input component. Why? I should have kept these as integers. So I can compare them. Eulers just makes sense for people to work with, right? Like with Euler angles, you're kind of like rotate around X and then rotate around Y and then rotate around Z. But they suffer from what's called gimbal lock, where if you get the object in a certain orientation, you lose an axis of rotation. And then you can only move it in a certain direction because two of the axes line up. And then no matter what you do, you're kind of locked into this state where you lose a full axis of rotation. I don't know that many people understand quaternions, but essentially with a quaternion, you're describing an arbitrary axis of rotation and the amount of rotation. And the math is actually, you only need 4 digits. Not that those digits do that, but I think they each represent a certain cosine and sine angles for different axes of rotation. I don't remember that, like, it's been a while since I looked at it. But essentially, like, if you were to give somebody a field to type in a quaternion, it's not very like end user friendly. It's much easier to let somebody type in like a degree of rotation around X and a degree of rotation around Y and Z, and then convert that to a quaternion, because the system works better with quaternion, but people work poorly with quaternions. Like, because you have to literally put in like sine, cosines of angles in the various digits in there. So it's like, it's not very friendly. We don't even like working in radians, right? Like we like working in degrees. And then, I mean, depends what you're doing actually, but no, actually everyone prefers degrees, I think. Radians, once you've done enough trig, like you sort of, you get comfortable with them. Like when someone says pi over 2, you know that's 90 degrees, right? But you know, it's a lot easier to just type 90 degrees or 45 degrees or something, right? So, but internally, it's going to be quaternions, because when I want to do like cinematics and I want like the camera, like I always picture like the camera rotating, like interpolating from this position to that position in rotation and position. To do that interpolation using Euler angles is kind of annoying. You also don't want to do it with a matrix, because interpolating matrices is just ugly. Like, you're not really doing that. But when you do it with quaternions, it actually works out quite a bit nicer. And you can use quaternions and multiply them and concatenate stuff. It's much cleaner. But yeah, you can see Maya is like exposing rotation in degrees, because modelers don't want to be typing in like, what's the cosine of, this angle? Like, you don't want them doing that, right? Okay, so where were we after that tangent? We are trying to figure out, so the FPS camera, I'm going to make these I'm trying to minimize the amount of times I'm computing anything here, right? Because it doesn't make sense for me to be. So what I'm doing, so this input system is going to calculate the delta. This already has an input component. Why does it have an input component? What am I doing with it? Am I even using it? Yeah, I don't even know why my FPS camera has an input component. I don't use it. Like nothing is even touching it. The camera component and the physics component, they're used. You know, one of the things one of the reasons why, ayo, one of the reasons why I'm not doing a traditional ECS with this project is because in my last engine that I worked on, I went balls to the wall with ECS, where like everything was a component, which for the most part, that's kind of what I'm doing here. But there's a few things I don't want to be components. I want them to be like every object needs to know them, right? And if you look at this node, the way I've started it is, oh my God, I've already done this here. Why the fuck did I waste my time? This is going to be a quaternion eventually, probably. Anyways, every entity in this version, this is like, I'm calling it an NCS, like a node component system, right? Because I have a scene node. I think when you do an ECS and then you start shoving everything into components, like, yes, things can get more optimized and cleaner in some ways. Sorry, not even cleaner. Don't give up. Don't give up. Never give up. But ultimately, what I found when working with ECS was that, like, it's just annoying to make games with it. Like, everything needs to know its children, and everything needs to know its parent. And when you everything in games, when you're writing gameplay code, things need to be able to, like, when you're writing a gameplay system, um, I just want immediate access to the actual tree that I exist in as an entity, as part of a scene. Also, when I like send events back and forth, I want to be able to get these events in a natural way that makes sense. So that's kind of why I have this event system that works so nicely in this engine. Is that like I can register for these events, the systems can get them. Um, I can look up the components as I need them inside the event handlers, and like it feels nice writing code. Like things can receive a collision event. You can look up whatever you need from them. You can change the transform on a node directly. I don't have to go and look up a transform component just to change. Like everything is going to be transformed. It's a game, right? So like the way I'm doing it here is every object has a transform. So what I need to do then is inside of the input component. The thing is, I don't know how to handle the case. Like with the camera, if I move the mouse, I want it to rotate. With let's say I'm doing something else, like if I'm holding the mouse button and I'm box selecting something, it's not going to be rotating. It's going to be doing something else. So ultimately, do I even care for the input system to receive mouse events? Like, what good is it? It should all just go in here, I think. I'm just answering my own questions here, guys. Sorry. I'm just gonna do what you're saying, Frankie. And I feel like that's the right intuition anyways. Just do it in one place, clean it up, or not clean it up, abstract stuff later as you need it. For now, the FPS camera system needs to know about the mouse, right? So that's what it's going to get. It's going to get mouse events, and it's going to rotate shit as it needs it. Also, this also makes something else. I completely forgot that I put some of this stuff inside of Node. Whatever, we'll get back to that. Okay, we have, what is this? Okay, so generate a definition. So we're gonna get mouse events. I don't need to get this event in here because it doesn't matter. I need to get it in here. And then I'm going to take the code I just wrote and I'm going to move it there. There. And this is target. What do I have here? Camera component, physics component. Okay. And I do need the input component in here. Oh my God. Okay. No, I'm losing my mind here. I don't want the camera system changing the input component, right? That's not its job. So no, this does need to be here, but it also needs to be here. Yes, it also needs to be in here. And it needs, we need it so that we can get the delta. What are the required components? Input, camera, physics. What are you complaining about? Cannot convert this. Input, camera, physics. What's your problem? This is the problem with doing a lot of stuff in like statically, like using the type system, is that like the errors are just, oh, the type auto cannot be deduced from the empty initializer. Like what? What are you talking about? What is this giving me? This function. Get required components. Input, camera, physics. Especially like template errors, you know? Arrow, what kind of engine are you working on? Like, what are you doing? I completely forgot to ask what you're working on. Is it like, why can't it? Everything should build like this. The number of identifiers match the values. Is it because I don't have the input component in here? The physics component? Why is this? Input component, camera, physics. Boom. Mouse motion event. We don't need that actually. 1 second. What's up? Yeah. Oh, grab her. I'll come take her in a second. Here, let me take her actually. Yeah. I got a cute baby that I need to go see soon. Shouldn't be going late on a Saturday. So let's just wrap this up and then we'll call it a day, I think, once we get the camera moving. The number of components. Wait, what did I just do? Input component. What did I just change? Was I changing the wrong thing like an idiot? No, this is complaining. That's the one that's complaining. Okay, good. Okay. What is the difference between physics and... What am I haven't worked with this stuff in a little bit, so maybe I don't understand why it's... There's no difference between these lines. Oh, I should just read the errors before I start being an idiot. But why is this... You know what? No. This method shouldn't be or should be const, because it doesn't matter. And this one can be const too, because it doesn't actually change the object. So I should be able to do that. Oh no, it's gonna like recompile the whole engine. Or at least all the yeah. Oh, why did I do that? Whatever. Let's go make this guy prettier while it compiles. Can I actually take away some of the extra geo that I... Or whatever, no. Here's what we'll do. Okay. Save. Okay. What can we do with this guy? Let's do... Whoa, what just happened? Wow, Maya sculpting tools are so phenomenal. Fuck. Oh, I probably have to go in what, vertex mode? Select the polygon mesh. What the fuck? That's weird. Like, I just wanna... Yeah, it's definitely... Why select the polygon mesh? That's odd. You would think that... I have to figure out... I'm pretty sure you can sculpt on... It's like it's Maya data, right? Like... me try something. What about if I move it here? That is, or is it because it's already linked to? Yeah, you definitely can. It's odd. In fact, you're supposed to. You shouldn't be seeing your wireframe while you sculpt. Unless you really want to, but like select the polygon mesh. I mean, is it not a polygon mesh anymore? Okay. Now I'm sculpting. I'm doing something. Like, I know I've used them. I did a Maya course. Wait, what does this do? Why is this moving it? Sculpt tool. Lift the surface. Okay. Wax tool. Foamy tool. Whatever. I'm just going to discard all this crap. I'll figure it out after. The compiling's done. That's what's important. Oh, and we crashed Maya on top of everything. Okay. So we built successfully. So that method, I was perfectly fine having it const because none of these things change node, right? They just return pointers. So that's fine. Fixed. So now we can keep our events const if we want to, and we can get our components. So input system calculates the delta. Set delta, and then the camera system should read the delta and do some rotations. So let's quickly get back to a sane spot and just make sure that our delta is good. What, like, oh my god, why does it do shit like that? Like, look at this. Look at the auto-completion. Why would I want CC in there? Fucking dumb. Should these be? No, they shouldn't be. Matching brackets. Okay, let's just run that. I gotta play around with ZBrush and see how it handles USD. It would be cool. It would be very, very cool if I can like use ZBrush in USD and have like the lowest subdivision level be the one that goes into the engine. Like stuff like that. I feel like you could do stuff like that. Oh, that does not look like the right delta. So something, it looks like some kind of overflow or some shit. Okay. If you look at the console there, it's definitely not. Definitely not mouse delta. So, okay. So the issue is in here probably. Okay. Let's run it in debug mode. Okay, so now let's put a breakpoint. Okay, what's happening here? So our input component, why can I not view it? What the hell? Input component, the mouse position is some bullshit. Why is it some bullshit? Is it because I'm static casting? Let me see the event. The event should be fine. Yeah. So I'm literally casting a int to a float, and you can't do that. And of course you can't do that because the bits are not interpreted the same way. There's like 2's complement, right? Like that doesn't make sense. Okay, so why don't we just do I need to do a runtime cast? Is it because I'm using a static cast? Because I don't do this often. Or a C. I'm gonna probably do a dynamic cast after if I have to, or I don't even need. It's probably complaining because it wants me to. Are you thinking that I type fast? Okay, let's try that again. That's funny. I think everybody types fast nowadays. No, everyone's on a computer. What's monkey type? I've never actually. Oh man, my kid's yelling at my wife in the other room. I guess she's not happy about whatever she's eating. Okay, let's put now breakpoint. I'll take a look in a sec. Let me just see new position. Okay, so I can't do a static cast for some reason of an into a float. Okay, 1 second, guys. There's a kid freaking. Jesus Christ. Boy, we have a 1-year-old that's being taught not to bite. So, okay, what do we got here? V1, that's good. Delta, we should have the right numbers. Or no, we don't. What the fuck? What am I doing wrong here? What the hell? Like, new position's fine. The old position's... Oh, oh my God. Oh my God. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. I think I'm just talking too much. That's the problem. I'm never actually setting the position on the mouse. Like, what I need to do is IC set mouse position, new position. after I've grabbed these two variables, then I can actually, and also we can't have junk data in there. So we need to make sure this shit is initialized too. Mouse position, and mouse delta. See, for stuff like that, AI is perfectly fine. Okay, now we should be better, I think. Here we go. This should be fine. I'm gonna actually do this here. Oh, you thought it was just C#? Okay, what is, okay, you guys said monkey, what is it? Monkey type or something? Watch me fuck it up. Oh, see, I'm corrupted by Vim. Fuck. Okay. Let's try that again. I'm gonna actually not over speed. $91. Yeah, no pressure, for real. So I don't even know. Is that good? Where do I stand compared to? You guys tell me. Should I be proud of myself or? $120? I don't know. I type pretty fast. That seems kind of crazy. You should set up a stream and do monkey type so I can. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's, I feel like everyone types fast nowadays. Okay. I guess sometimes it probably sounds like I type faster because I use Vim and it's like a lot of little clickety clacks. Gmod servers, eh? It matches my IQ, Frank. Frank, are you on the Discord? Okay. Ah. Okay, I think we now have proper mouse deltas in the bottom. Okay, the engine is calculating them nicely. So negative, positive, boom, down, up. That's probably, why is that? Why is up negative and down? Should that be? See, this freaking bug shows up again. Okay, so now. What do you mean redacted? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm feeding the mouse movements into the engine so I can get the deltas so that I can actually rotate the camera around. And okay, so we have the mouse motion in here. We have the physics component. So let's try rotating the local Z. So we're gonna say, and this is where I need to just like refactor some of this stuff because I still have GLM in here and whatever. So I guess you weren't here, but what I'm building is actually an engine that's using USD. And the reason why I'm using USD is because I'm not going to be editing stuff and moving stuff around inside my editor. I'm going to be doing that with Maya and Blender. And I'm going to be using USD stacks to edit the actual world and levels and all that stuff in my own engine. But I'm going to model all the levels and everything inside of Maya and directly use it in engine. And I kind of already went over why that's the case, but you should, or maybe you are familiar with it, but check out USD. No, it is. It's a game engine, but USD is an authoring format for 3D worlds and a lot more than that. So I'm actually leveraging it from the ground up. Well, I'm not building the engine with C#. C# is just, you'll see these are C++ files, right? These aren't C#. I'm using C# for the GUI. That's one process, and then there's the engine runtime. That's a separate process, and both of those communicate over named pipes. So they run in two separate processes. So when I run the GUI here, I'm not actually running the engine, even though the engine is compiling right now because everything compiles. But I'm running the actual C# editor, and the editor spins up an instance of the engine, connects to it, and then they start exchanging commands with one another. Right? So this is a C# application, and when I launch, it's actually launching a C++ backend, right? So this is actually launching the backend. Ignore the graphics. I have some shader stuff I need to tweak. The normals are all fucked up, but like, the bottom line is that like this is actually running in a separate process, and they communicate with over IPC. And now when I hit stop here, it kills the engine process, but the C# process still runs, right? The C# app is running. So it's both languages. Okay, so here what I need to do is I'm pretty familiar, yeah. I mean, most of my career is spent doing back-end web development. So you could say I'm fairly familiar. I've done a lot of applications, setting up. I mean, not so much doing like DevOps, like setting up servers and stuff, but definitely building backend applications and some servers. I also do front end, right? Like over the years, I've had to kind of adapt and do a lot of front end. So I do a lot of like Vue, React. I've also done a lot of like native apps over the years. Well, I don't know what that is. You got to tell me what that is. That sounds interesting. Docker is just running a minimal file system and minimal, what you might also call it like a little tiny OS. So that when you install servers and tools and things you need in your environment, you install them into these like containers. They contain everything in one place. So that when you spin up a server using Docker, what's happening is it's all running in this little self-contained Docker container, and then if you want to like delete it or reconstruct it, you just blow away the container and then recreate it using a recipe. What's good about that is that like let's say you're doing PHP development or Java development, you're not installing all your tools and stuff um, onto your own machine. You can spin up a Docker container and install everything in that Docker container, so that what you have on your local machine doesn't interfere with the stuff that you're working on, like the server that you're actually building. So Docker just really is like the most important thing is like consistency. You can have a recipe for your application and say I need this database, this backend, this server, this HTTP server. I need Tomcat for Java, whatever. You can have all that shit installed in your Docker container and then spin that up. They all work together. That's the architecture. And then when you're done, you can just turn it off. And then you haven't affected your own development machine at all. So that's why people love it, you know? And they're very lightweight. Like it's not a VM or something like that. It just uses like I remember reading about it. I can't remember. I don't want to lie to you, but you should read about how Docker containers work and how they like virtualize the file system, but they don't virtualize the hardware, right? Like they're very high performance and low cost on system resources. They do use a lot of hard drive space because you're literally downloading everything for each container. But they're pretty useful. They're a little bit of a pain in the ass to work with because like you have to like map stuff between your system and the Docker container or SSH into it and all this shit. Like if you're used to just opening files and writing code. But yeah, check it out. It's interesting. If you've never played with Docker, you'll find it super interesting if you're into that kind of stuff. But they're definitely quite different than what you'd be used to as a developer. The bike continues to fail to fetch issues. Oh my God. You know, you say that, Frank, but like I actually went down a rabbit hole a couple years ago considering using what's it called again? CE Chrome Embedded Foundation, I think CEF. I might even still have some code on my, what's it called? I have it somewhere, but basically running like I have to see what that is. Redacted. What was I saying? I had the Chromium embedded project, which you can embed in a C++ application and have like the whole Chrome backend it's designed to be embedded into applications, right? Like people use it for that, but essentially you can like create all your HTML and CSS pages and use that and overlay it on top of your application, and you could like have an HTML button tie into your native code and trigger stuff. So people do use it for that, but the project is ugly as fuck. Like it's the ugliest thing ever trying to work with it. And second of all, it had like no GPU acceleration. So I'm like, okay, I'm not doing game GUIs with, and people use it for that. But then they take it and they change it and they spend like a year making it do what they want it to do. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. But the idea would be like you have a web page, you can render it using Chrome embedded or Chromium embedded or whatever it was called, CES, CEF or something like that. And then you should, in theory, you can take whatever it rendered and then overlay it, composite, that's the word, composite it into your own engine so it looks like it's part of the whole frame being drawn. But it just looked like it was way too heavy. Yeah, you're putting like a minimal web server, or not a web server, sorry, a web browser into your app for the sake of being able to render HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in real time, which is kind of cool. Like if you can think about what you can do with those, like I'm a huge fan of like, Vue.js, and React is pretty cool, and Tailwind, and doing all this. You can do so much cool UIs with front end stuff. Like I've used it a lot for my client work, but I don't know. Like it's so heavy, and the fact that like getting pixels out of it was just like impossible to do with like GPU interop. So I had to like copy the pixels out of it to the CPU, like system memory, and then copy them back into a texture every frame. You're doing that 144 times a second. Like fuck that. Like that's so bloated. You don't need a lot of hardware knowledge. Like you need to know how CPUs and memory work, which you should know that as a programmer anyways, but or you should learn it. Not that you should know it. If you're working for a bank, chances are you don't. Yeah. But you should know like how a CPU cache works and how to do stuff so that you take advantage of like branch prediction and all this kind of stuff. But really, the hardest part, Shreyas, I think that's how your name is. It Shreyas? I used to work with a guy named Shreyas. The hardest part is really the math. Like, I don't have a strong math background. Like, I'm okay with math, but I've had to fill in gaps because I was a piece of shit in high school, and like I really played catch up with some of my more advanced, like calculus and trig and linear algebra. Like that's the stuff that's hardest for me because that's where my knowledge gaps are. But in terms of like other stuff, programming and hardware, you learn it on the job, I guess. Yeah, there's quite a bit more than that, but you could definitely you learn it. You know what I mean? It's like anything else. You learn, right? Like you're always going to be a noob at whatever you're doing, right? That's the beauty of our jobs. It's like you always learn something new and exciting. Like you're not like think about how boring it would be if you were just an expert in everything all the time. Like you'd get sick of your job. Like I'm learning new shit right now as I do all this. Like I learned about named pipes and doing cool. You hopped on my Discord. Nice. Um, so yeah, don't wonder whether you have the knowledge. Just jump in and grab some books. Like I have a Kobo loaded with books. Like that's all I do all the time is research and read, and and I'm still a noob, right? So okay, how do we rotate these vectors? Let's you guys got to remind me to shut up from time to time and try this. So GLM rotate vector around axes. How do we do this again? So we've got the fuck? Yeah, shoot me a message on there. I'm sure I can help you out with something. Build a rotation matrix from... Okay, no, that's not what I'm... Okay, this is what I need to do. So build... Let's see, how do you do it in DirectX Math? Vector 3 rotate. Ah, this thing's already doing quaternion. So... Man, I gotta read up on quaternions. Like, I used them... I don't even remember what I did in my other engine. Like, it feels like I did it and I barely scraped by with quaternions. Oh, well, AI to the rescue. Rotate a 3D vector by an angle around an axis. Okay, so you can make a quaternion using an axis and an angle of rotation. And okay, so maybe what I'll do what I probably need in my node is, so I have this rotation, and I should probably, okay, you know what? Let's not get fancy. We don't need to architect now. What we need is to what we need to do, how do I want to do this? This is, I should do this with, oh God, this is so stupid. Why am I'm like mixing math libraries because I'm switching to DirectX Math. This is all GLM because this is just what I currently have. What I need to do, how long have I been streaming, by the way? I should probably hop off. Where does it say? You know what? I'm gonna take another 5 minutes here, and then I gotta hop off because I need to go do some stuff in the kitchen. So let's quickly just take a look. So if let's do this with GLM. GLM rotate. So that takes a vector, an angle. So it takes a vector. So we're rotating the local Z. Takes an angle, let's say 45. And it takes an axis, local Y. Okay. And what else does it take? Matrix transform. Okay. That's all it is. We're going to remove that afterwards. Have you worked with architects on a real-world project using the universe to solve physical or urban challenges? I haven't, no. That's interesting though. I'm just becoming a fan of USD now, and I've been sort of sinking my teeth into it and understanding the concepts and kind of looking at how Omniverse is used. Even though I haven't actually touched Omniverse, but I'm looking at how like the pros use it for VFX, and game studios haven't adopted it that much yet, except for Remedy. Looks like they're sort of embracing it. But yeah, I had the idea to use it, and then I checked if anyone else is using it successfully. Turns out Remedy is using it, and some studios are starting to. I think Unreal even has support for it now. So I'm just starting with it. I just kind of like it, you know. That's my long answer to your short question. Rotate Y. So how about I just do this? Just to keep it simple. Rotate Y, because where is this? Rotate vector HTP. You fuck. Rotate XT? No, GTX. What's going on here? Why is this? My computer is okay. That's why. We're gonna say the vector that's getting rotated is local Z. It's going to be rotated around. Let's just do this for now. And oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Okay, so it just needs to be a float. Okay. So we're gonna say glm vec3 new local Z, and let's just say no PC set local Z, new local Z. Okay, so what that should do, let's just do this. Just for simplicity. And I can move it out. What? Oh, it's because this is const. Okay, whatever. We'll change that back after. Okay, so we're just going to get a rotation around Y. Rot Y. And then we're going to do this. And then what we need is glm 3 new local X is going to be glm cross and it's going to be local Z, local Y. No, new local Z. And then we need to say, okay. I'm just using the world y-axis for now. Or whatever, that's fine. Okay, so what I need to do, the render system has its cam position. Let's also put the cam position. Okay, we need the, there we go. Okay, minimal for now. And then I need to just get that data in there. It should be float 4 though. Like, how does it not know that? It's in the... Okay. Actually, these are... This is a vector, so it doesn't have a W component. Okay, so... okay, set cam direction, and now in my begin frame, oh, it's gonna be nice cleaning this all up. Cam, let's say cam direction. Oh no, we need to do this way. Cam direction equals xm vector set. It's going to be xm vector or store load float. And this is going to be cam direction. And this will just return what I need, right? This just returns a vector. Okay, perfect. And now this can go. This is up. What's the problem here? Second argument, cam direction, password. Looks like it might be swapped to the third. Why? No, it's not. Why is it saying that? Position, focus position, up direction. It's because it's so stupid. Like it's trying to be too smart. It sees that the word direction is in both, and it's like, did you know that this third parameter also has the word direction in it? Like, that's not what it is. Yeah, I'll run it for sure. I just need to see. Let me see something here. Let's also multiply that by frame context delta time. So this is going to take a while to compile. What? Okay, fair enough. Where am I using it again? In here? Okay, so we compiled. Let's just see what happens. It is running. Why? Okay, first, we need to local X. I don't know that I need to normalize. Does the direction of, I don't know if this changes the direction. I don't think it should. If you rotate a vector, it shouldn't change the direction, right? Like it should be. If I'm unsure, I usually pop that in and then I. Okay, so why is nothing showing up now? Let me see, because I kind of skimmed over this. So we've got the position, the heading, and up. Okay, let's put a, not that I'll be able to visualize it very well. Okay, you know what? Let's do something first. Okay, make sure I didn't break anything else first when I run this. Okay. What the fuck happened here? What is it doing? Let me try something here. let's go one at a time. We'll break one thing at a time. How's that? Oh, why do I keep closing the thing? I don't need to keep closing it. I'm not used to my new fancy tools that I'm building here. I don't need to keep closing the editor. Okay. So now what I'm doing is I'm moving myself around, and I've set it to, my shading's all fucked. Like it shouldn't be getting brighter and lighter. So this is moving me along the z-axis, but it's keeping my focal point in one place. That's why it just keeps doing that. Okay, so that's fine. Question now is, okay, let's rule out some bullshit. First thing I want to do and I'm actually honestly going to go after this because I don't want my wife to hate me. Oh my god, I keep closing. That is definitely not the behavior that I wanted. No. What I want is to rotate the camera, the view direction, using the mouse. And in order to do that, I need to rotate that local Z vector. So first I need to make sure that so this is my rotation, right? You can see it on the bottom. So okay. So here's what needs to happen. All this shit can't stay here. And this is what I remember actually doing in my old engine. I have a matrix, this matrix. So I need to set this matrix and then we're going to say okay. Now, we're not going to be computing the view matrix in the renderer. I'm going to let the camera do that because that makes sense. And then in here, because you can't keep rotating that vector based on an accumulated angle. Like, you don't want to do that. What you want to do is, why am I even doing this in the update? This doesn't have to happen in here. This needs to happen in here. And I get the local Z, get the local Y. I don't actually even need that. I just need to get PC local Z. Or how do I want to do it? No, I do need to change it. I do need to change it. And if I do change it, I'm gonna just rotate by IC get mouse or mouse delta dot X. Let's try that. So every time the mouse moves, we get a delta value, which is how much the mouse is moving left or right. We get the local Z, we get the local Y, we calculate the new local Z by rotating the old local Z by mouse delta. I'm gonna have to tweak this obviously because you can't just use like screen units, right? That's stupid. And then I'm gonna normalize that just for good luck. I don't think I need to, but I'm gonna do that anyways. I don't think the rotation does a vector rotation affect magnitude. I don't think it does. The thing is, mathematically speaking, it doesn't affect it. I'm willing to bet that if you rotate a vector 1,000 times using floating point numbers on a computer, you're going to end up with a whole bunch of precision errors eventually, and you're going to accumulate them if you just keep rotating. So I bet it's a good idea to normalize from time to time, but maybe not every single time it moves. Maybe once per frame, right? If you're like capturing 15 mouse move events per frame, depending on like the refresh rate of your mouse or whatever it's called, the sensor, you might get a shitload of events. You don't want to normalize each time, and you don't necessarily want to do this on every event either. So I'm gonna have to look at how much data I actually have coming through. It might just be one event per frame, I don't know. But ultimately what I need is, okay, so this local X, I don't care about it right now. I just need to know that I can rotate the view. So I set the local Z. Did I not? Wait, did I not change? No wonder. Guys, you gotta call me out on this shit. What's your problem? um, okay. I wasn't actually even setting the view direction. So no wonder I was getting a black screen. Set view direction, so that's gonna be IC. No, not IC. That's the input. It's gonna be PC local Z dot X. All of this will get changed because the math code will change. So that will set. What I think I'm going to do is just throw a view matrix at the render and be like, here's your view matrix. And so I'm not like hard coding how that matrix is put together in the renderer, because that's stupid. That should be depending on what kind of camera I'm using. That's how that view matrix should be done. But for now, I'm just setting the position and the direction. So when I move the mouse, I should get something, right? Why am I not? Because I I mean, this vector is constantly being... Let's just see something. Let's see. Once that value gets larger, I just want to see it move, and then I'm shutting down the stream. And I think whoever wants to chat some more, hop on the Discord. We might exchange a few more messages. Frank, you should get Discord. I think it's about that time, buddy. Like, okay, why is that not rotating it? Oh, I know why. Because, again, I can't count on you guys for anything. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's because I did this, remember? But it looked like it was actually changing the view direction, because I can tell by the way... Buddy, I'm old enough to miss BBSs. 1 second. Okay, so obviously this is way too fast. It's doing something. And it's because it's rotating. This is in radians. And it's rotating around way too fast. So we're going to bring that back. And we're going to multiply that by frame context. We're going to get our delta time. Why do I keep turning off the editor? God. Muscle memory is a bitch. So it is rotating, but it's rotating me around. That's odd. Anyways, I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now, because I'm gonna refactor a bunch of this stuff and clean it up. So next stream we're gonna have a nice camera, and we're gonna be probably clicking on stuff. But until then, I gotta go spend some time with my little daughter. Maybe she's sleeping. It's getting late. Shit. But yeah, thanks guys for watching, and it's been fun chatting with you, and I hope you come around the next stream. And am I looking at this? I'm looking at the chat. I should be looking here. You guys are awesome. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.